Alright, okay, something new for today. Giving thanks in all types of ways and providing value to in everything that I do. So, another day, another flow. That's just how it goes. Gotta do what I got to do to provide value to you and each and every one. So, the stream has just begun. Go ahead and hit the like button. Go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. Getting right into it where I left off last time. I was working on the marketing dashboard for the app, the Stackivate app. And this is a marketing dashboard that could be applied to pretty much any app customized for Stackivate. So, I just can't wait to keep going on it. Got to some snags in it that I thought would be too boring for the stream, filling out some information about the vision and the dream. So, I went and did that off stream, got back. Now I can go back to the building. Everything's looking good. Everything seems like how it should be. So, here we go. Getting right into it. That's how I do it. It's Friday night. And I'm feeling alright. This is how we do it. It's Friday night. Give thanks for life and spring water. Welcome to the show. Ready to join the flow. Alright, let's see what Claude thinks here. The dashboard is up. Give me a list of all the things that were not complete that come next, basically, and I'll go from there, decide the next best, and I would say arrange them in order of highest priority. So I got some good ideas today that I'm going to see if I can implement to make this dashboard a lot better. Saw what I was doing before, and I was looking into it, doing some research, and I think I can do it a lot better for a few different reasons that I'll get into. I just got to do some interesting things in the code. Looks like the first thing would be disable the indicator reader. Apparently this indicator reader is not good. It's kind of like on a gray area with regulations, so I'll start with that one. Get something cooking just to get started. Let's do number one. I guess all you would need to do would probably be pretty easy. Good warm up. Just create a prompt, and I'll give it to Claude, and we can go from there. If you think option A is the best, let's go with that. I built that a while ago, and I don't remember the exact router page. So if you need to start out with a prompt just to get that information, let me know. Good call. A little rusty getting warmed up. Gotta get the flow going. Get the warmed up and get locked in. And then it's 10x time to win. Gonna start talking to Gemini and I while the Claude is cooking. Oh, that was quick. Awesome. And I'm starting to see how certain tasks like this require the extra step of getting these prompts, or if I was just working with Claude in the terminal or in the project, it would be able to see. But this is all part of like, this chat has so much context about this marketing system, and now I'm learning. And the next step that I want to do, I'm going to just like open up my own chat for that in Claude and try that out. So basically it's looking for this indicator in the project, get all the information I need. I can write the exact correct prompt to get it going. And now I'm flowing. Another quick one. It's because I got medium effort and these are easy tasks. If I'd used maxed effort, probably would have taken 5 times longer to do something simple. So getting better at knowing when to use medium effort, max effort, things like that. Oh, that's right. I would have to do that. That is right. Okay, I've got the marketing folder open, so I'm going to skip this one for right now. That makes sense for the confusion. I got the marketing project open right now, and I'll just wait to do this later till I have that other project open. So, is there anything right now that you can think of that's highest priority to work on for the marketing project? I have a few ideas, but I just wanted to see what you think. Extraction, prompt, refinement. Yeah, that's definitely... Let's get this synthesis started. And then while Claude is cooking, I can come back to you with these ideas. Okay, so this is a file in the marketing project where it's going to have a pattern theme. It's going to identify the like 4 to 7 strongest reoccurring patterns. I have 13 observations so far, 13 conversations from my target market, and this is going to refine these better. It's going to find audience clusters, distinct user types. It's going to help me direct my marketing better. Vocabulary and language. It's going to pick up on phrases that repeat, the way the audience phrases things, so I know how to phrase my marketing content. Tensions and contradictions, places where observations disagree. Things I'd expect to find but haven't, which might inform what threads to look for next. Content seeds, the strongest hooks, quotes, and reframes that are ready to become real content. It's a good one. All right, synthesis is the kind of task where AI can produce plausible sounding outputs that misses the actual signal, and the risk is getting a generic sounding. Users are confused about index ones versus stock summary. To avoid that, the prompt should require Claude to ground every claim in specific observations. So this is something that I'm gonna like make sure I can manually do, especially at the beginning. I notice a lot of people use AI and they don't really read the prompts. They don't really read the output, and that's a big mistake. You got to make sure you're reading it very detailed, like, and then you can catch things to correct it. All right, here goes the actual first prompt in the correct project. So here we go. Get it on max ever for this one. How's Claude doing so far? It's not really doing anything, but I'll just say good. And then plan mode. All right, so I've been thinking about like a way to make this project better. So what I want to do is like, I want this project to be able to connect with the actual app in a way, right? And also like I'll do a CRM and I will do some other kind of like business, kind of like agent employee dashboards. So from what I understand from doing research, it's best to keep the dashboards separate, but I should have like a united database system. So, I mean, I already understand Superbase and I'm getting better with it. So, what do you think? Do you think this is a good idea? Do you think this would make more sense so that everything is linked up to have like a one database where all the different dashboards can communicate and like share the same information? Let me know the pros and cons. Let me know if you have a better idea. Anything else you can think of, feel free to let me know. Shared data layer. Unified backend with multiple front ends. Saying maybe I'm doing this too early. This makes sense. Should be building out the CRM and stuff first, because then otherwise I won't really know what the dashboards will track exactly. Okay, that's good to know. I'm definitely onto something. So the only thing that I can't do today based off what I built is I think integrate some of the marketing information I've gotten into the actual project to make sure it's in alignment. But sounds like I could still definitely getting more data would be better. I was just not sure about when I was doing this research if this is something that I would need to build from the start. But from what you're saying, I could build these systems out and then it would make more sense because I could still build the database and transfer like the data that I've already collected over to the database, and I'll have a way better understanding of like what actually data I'm collecting throughout like the different like CRM and different agents, stuff like that, different dashboards. Let me know if you feel like I understand this better now. If there's anything that I'm still not understanding. There we go. This makes sense. I just got the report back from Claude. I'm going to give it to you. I'll get your prompt to make the change, and then I'll go and I'll give Claude that last prompt that you gave me about the unified database. They keep talking about when the Reddit API is approved, and I think it might be. So once I get this done, that'll be the next, or once I get Claude cooking on this prompt, that'll be the next thing I check. I would say do everything in one prompt. I like what we're doing. It sounds like this is gonna be the better route because it's gonna be more likely to get better over time. Is there already a roadmap, MD? Not from what I can see. I gotta change this music. This was cool for like 5 minutes, but no. There we go. So I'm doing a synthesis MD and roadmap MD. Synthesis is basically like taking the information I've extracted and will be extracting from the marketing conversations so that I can apply it to the content that I'm creating. Roadmap is like more like stuff that is going to be in the future that comes up that I can add to, that I'd want to add to the project, things like that. Whoa, that was quick. Awesome. Welcome to the comments, Precizzle. Good to see you too. And yeah, no sunglasses tonight. Not so far. Was out a lot today in the sun, so my eyes are easily adjusting, but some days that screen I feel a strain more than others, so you know, those are the sunglasses days. For right now, not really feeling it yet. How you doing? Working on anything new? Have any questions, comments, anything like that? All right, so I'm about to go into Reddit, and first thing I want to do is check to see if that API is ready. I feel like it's been maybe like a week since I started the process, so just like walk me through where I would find it to see if it's ready. Reddit, it's the heart of the internet. Precizzle's got a big release going live soon, so work has been a little bit crazy. Yeah, I hear you. It's like I noticed that it's like right before you release something, you know, making sure everything's ready to go, crossing the T's and dotting the I's, you know, all that kind of thing. And also just getting started with something kind of like figuring out how to put everything together. But I feel like, you know, that's like getting started is usually the hardest thing for me, just not knowing where to start, but just start like building, and then everything just kind of like starts to come together. And if you don't mind, what kind of release are you talking about? Are you working on an app or like a website? Okay. It's like a health provider. A bunch of big feature upgrades for them. So this is you got a client, so you're like working for them as like an employee or like a freelancer, something like that. It's not like your own personal project. But yeah, that's awesome. Sounds interesting. And I'm really interested to know like the future of AI and health. I From what I've seen so far, it's looks like there's a lot of advances. That is right. I shouldn't be doing this on stream because of the API, so thanks for bringing that up. And I'll just wait till off stream to check on this API. So for right now, I guess what I was doing manually was manually finding threads on Reddit, and I know I've been doing that successfully, but I was looking into research because it's not just Reddit, and I heard there's APIs like Firecrawl and a few other APIs that I can like go across the internet and find, not just Reddit, but from other sites too. So like, I mean, I was thinking like an advantage to this was I would only need one API instead of multiple APIs. Let me know what you think about what I'm talking about. Anything maybe I'm not understanding, any advice that you have. Okay, you guys automate. Looking at the comments, you work for a global automation company. You automate warehouses and keep the software running. That's cool. Um, yeah, I've worked in a warehouse a long, long time ago, and the more tech, the better. I feel like the future is gonna be like robots. Like I think most of the jobs in warehouses could probably be done by robots in the future. The warehouse employees use a GUI and you help to keep that running. That's cool. Oh, it's already robots, no doubt. Behind the curve on that one. But yeah, I know when I worked in a warehouse, that had to have been the most boring job I ever worked in my life. That was just like mindless. I don't even think they needed to train us. They just like threw us on a line and like go to work, and it was just so easy. It was just so boring. Oh man, yeah, robots, and then people can do like better, higher leverage tasks. So now you got the people just overseeing the robots that used to do what the people do. That makes sense. Okay. Welcome to the chat. Ifrahim A, if I'm saying that right, okay. If not, my bad. How much progress have I made vibe coding? That is a good question because I hmm. how would I explain that? So I'm on day, I think, 62 from starting something new. The first thing I did was I made like an app a day for the first 30 days just to kind of like learn vibe coding, learn how to create apps with, what do you call it? Learning vibe coding and learning how to create apps with, or finance apps using all the different APIs, just like what's possible, doing one feature at a time. Then I made the Stackivate, which is right now like a launch, more like a pre-launch, just for the audience. Did a foundation for a personal brand marketing system. And then right now I'm building out the marketing system for the Stackivate finance app. And did I fix the homepage issue? Yes, I did. I fixed that and a bunch of other things with it. That was like, I believe what you're talking about was, it wasn't like directing to the right page, I think. But I'll put in the Stackivate link, or I'll just go to it right now. But like, it's gonna have me signed in, so it's not gonna go to the same homepage as somebody who's not signed in. Okay. So actually, yeah, it is going right here right away because I went to. Okay, so I'll post this link in the chat. Do I specialize in fintech? Right now, I am. There's a bunch of projects I want to do. This being like, I think the one I've wanted to do for the longest. And I am doing this first because I understand investing pretty well. Been investing for a while. So, I've been using, like, I'm already pretty aware of all the existing fintech apps. So I know, like, the market pretty well. Did the research for, like, market research. And trying to build something better than anything that's out there for way lower of a cost. And I feel like I'm seeing some angles that AI can kind of like cover that I don't see anything else doing yet. So, building out this right now, it's going to be a work in progress. The more marketing info I collect, the more I can apply that to the project. And the more I get people to use the project, the more I can apply that back to the marketing and vice versa. So there's a lot to still do. A lot of people just are creating apps and just like putting them on the app store, and I'll create 100 apps and just put them out and hopefully one will do well. And I mean, sometimes that works, but for the most part, the volume of AI apps has gone up a ton. So it's getting more and more difficult to just like create an app and put it out there with zero or very little marketing. So while I'm building these apps, I feel like, vibe coding is not my strong point yet. I'm getting a lot better at it, but I understand business and marketing pretty well. So these marketing systems can definitely be something that I think I can help a lot of people. A lot of people are building apps, but they don't really understand marketing. No offense, why not just be persistent with one app? I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. That's Stackivate.com. So like what I'm building right now is like a marketing dashboard. And it's an app that really, like, I guess you would call it an app, the marketing dashboard, but like only I'm using it. So it's handling the marketing for this app. But this is all like all part of this one app. So if there's anything you don't understand about that, let me know. And Precizzle has some small styling tweaks that I can make, but that'll be for another time. Thank you. Yeah, I was definitely with the styling stuff. I just did like the most highest leverage styling stuff with Claude Design, and I didn't really spend any time doing like detailed stuff yet. I feel like that's not really, yeah, like you said, it's better for another time. I have a lot more things right now that I think are higher priorities, but I definitely would like appreciate any suggestions because I know, you know, there's a lot of things other people see that I don't. So anything you see, feel free, let me know. And hello, C Films, I'm doing good. How about you? That was you got an interesting project. C Films has a like a kind of like a movie and celebrity, I guess you could say, database for this Pacific Northwest, I think is the region. So like kind of Seattle area. And I for him is saying backtesting software already exists. Yes, backtesting software does already exist for finance apps. And I'm not sure why you're saying that, but I think you're trying to say like, you know, why am I building a finance app that has backtesting if backtesting already exists? It's the way I'm applying it, and it's backtesting is like a very small part of this app. So yes, the spray and pray method is just luck. And that's what I think, that from what I understand, that's what a lot of people are doing right now. So with backtesting too, like I really don't does not really need backtesting even in the free tier. So I'm not even sure where you would have seen backtesting unless you had a subscription to the paid tier. And then backtesting is right now just a very small aspect of it. And in the future I was looking into, you know, it was highly requested to make some kind of investing bot that you could test with backtesting, but backtesting is a very small part. And Ephraim, let me know what you're confused about. What don't you understand? I can help you understand better. Testing isn't incredibly important unless you have a big user base or you're in professional production environment. So I think Persizzle, I think maybe you're misunderstanding what he means by backtesting. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think so I think you're talking about testing as in testing is in far as like testing out an app that would apply to like any kind of app, like part of like production and coding. And I think what Ephraim is talking about is backtesting for finance. So with finance backtesting, it's like basically say like right now you could track like how much say like Bitcoin is overbought or oversold, because right now Bitcoin's more oversold. There's been a pretty big drop since like last summer. So you could go and get the data and have like AI give the AI the data of like, okay, here's like, you know, how they calculate how much oversold it is right now, how far down the price is comparatively to where it, you know, usually is, and go back in the past since the history of Bitcoin and find every single time that it has been exactly this like level of oversold, and let me know like, you know, how often does it keep going down when it's like this, how often does it keep going up when it's like this. So that can be done in like a variety of different like kind of ways for finance to get more information, because finance is kind of like you know, like the bigger the edge you can get, the better. The more information you can compile, it's nothing's going to be for certain, but it can give you like higher probable idea of what's more likely to happen in the future. And is the app a game or a real tool? Because you're testing it right now and you don't get it. So in the free tier, what I have right now is it's kind of both. So like the let's see, I'll go to the page too so you can see. So So it takes you to the time machine first. So the time machine is like a tool and a game. The investor's edge is like, I'd say if somebody has never invested before, if they're brand new, this is more like a skill tree game, I guess it's called. And it's all about like recognizing like looking at a chart and understanding like looking at the chart to know best probable time to buy something. So like right here it's showing this candle and explaining like when you see a candle like this after a downtrend, that means once it hit this level, a bunch of buyers decided to come in. So this is usually probability, like when you see something like this, the majority of the time the price is about to like turn around. So this teaches you like how to read these charts. The later levels teach you how to apply different indicators. And then the time machine is more of like, this one's like a tool in a game. So like right now it's called paper trading, but that's just kind of the term. It's more for investing. And like what this is doing is throwing you into a random year from the stock market that you don't know. And like it's showing the beginning of the year. So that would be like where the end of the chart is. You can see the previous chart. So you can be like, okay, this has been on an uptrend for the past, 2 years basically. And you can kind of see like, okay, this line right here is where it's, if you were to draw a line, you could see it's like been bouncing off this line each time it comes down and hits it. Now it's up here. And essentially, this is kind of like in the middle, like probably I would say, me personally, if I saw this stock like this, I would not think this is a good time to buy. And I'm not a financial advisor, but this is just a game. This is not for any real money. No one's keeping, this is not an exchange. This is like an educational tool to help people understand investing and help people to like be an investor. So basically what I'm getting at is in real time, you could do paper trading and it would take you a year to get a year's worth of information. But here you can just buy this. You can buy a bunch of different stocks. You can buy just one, you can buy whatever. This looks like a better spot on the chart, I think, to buy. So like, I'll just buy a few. So then you can like fast forward a week at a time, a month at a time, and it'll show you like, Apple's down 18%, Disney's up 16%. And like I was saying, Apple didn't look like a good spot to buy. Disney looked a little bit better to me. Tesla is like down like 1%, so like nothing. And then you can go through the full year and it's going to tell you how you did compared to the S&P 500. So this year was 1991. S&P 500 went down about 16%. What I did, I ended up losing 1.5% that year. So that's way better than being in the S&P. But most people, I think that the real education here is most people think they can just go and start picking stocks. And it's not as easy as most people think. So they're going to see that and they're going to play this over and over and they're probably going to see. But some people maybe, some people are just really good at this naturally. Everybody's different. And that's a huge part of this project is most finance apps are like one size fits all, right? They all take people down the same path. This one is, they can do this on all this stuff on the free tier, and I'll be adding more features to get a better idea of like what it's actually like to invest in like record time and like build skills. Like if that's what they want to do, if they really want to try to beat the S&P, then they can keep playing this and keep getting better. If they realize really quickly that, okay, this is more difficult than I thought, that gives them a lot of insight. But then with the pro tier, the paid tier, then it's real-time paper trading. And I'm thinking I'm going to add another feature like this also to the pro tier if people want to learn quicker. And automatically, if they do a buy or sell, it's going to ask them more questions about their like state of mind. Whereas like a lot of stuff is, asking about like, what do they want to invest in? Like, what is their time frame? This is more like helping people understand themselves. Because one of the main things about investing is like, it helped me know myself better. Know my like how my mind works, strengths and weaknesses, how I respond to fear and greed, stuff like that. And then it logs how well you're doing and like where your mind is when you're making buys and sells, and the coach can get better over time and understand you better and get you better from that aspect. So basically, awesome. I'm glad you get it. It sounds like, yeah, I just had to explain it better, and that's good to know. So I need to, with the main page, I feel like I should get a better explanation, because I see where, you didn't understand. Is this like a game or a tool? And I don't think, structured skill tree, get coached. But like, I bet a lot of people like you aren't going to read this and really have that good of idea. So I can definitely make this part better so that people understand better. So Persizzle says they find it pretty clear to understand. Thank you. Yeah, that's good. Good to know. Yep, it's about learning to invest. And I mean, I guess you could kind of see it as a game, but yeah, for most people I think not really. Even myself, like, it's more just educational, I guess. But that's, I kind of guess I already said that. So, but thank you. Yeah, that you think it's a cool concept. I thought so too, and there's definitely a lot more I want to do. Um, a video or some sort of visual on the homepage. That's a good idea. And I was looking into like looking into different. Actually, I'm gonna. That's a good thing to research right now, I think, because I was looking into different. I think it was called Remotion, different like visual stuff like that. But I'll see what Gemini thinks. All right, I want this. To, all right, I want this chat to be for using visual aids for the Stackivate app. And I think that it would be better, like, if on the homepage I had some kind of like visual aid of maybe like, going through some of the features of the app, especially on the free tier, so that people have a better idea of like what the app is doing. That way they don't have to like read everything on the app, and some people get it, some people don't. So I was like doing some research, and I see there's kind of like different options like Remotion, and there's some like maybe like website builders that have visual stuff. But let me know what you think. Let me know if you need any more information to get a better idea to answer this question. AI currently has a bad rep. A lot of AI branded apps are not in favor of consumer sentiment. I have heard this, and some of them are, some of them aren't. And I think at the end of the day, if you can provide more value, like me, like, you know, I was in, like, my own needs inspired a lot of this, especially in the paid tier. And even though AI made it, it's doing for me what nothing else was able to do, unless I had to like manually keep a journal, which was like the most difficult thing for me to do. Because I'm not always at the same place when I'm buying or selling something, and keeping all the journal info together, and then also having a coach that can, go through it was not possible until like AI came around. So I see the use for this, and I hear what you're saying. It is a lot of people just don't want to deal with AI, but I think that's going to change over time. And I always just go with my intuition, and I feel like I have a good sense of like business trends and stuff like that. Copilot, I'll definitely check that out. Here we go. Thank you, Ibrahim. And I'm not really sure what you mean by you're against supporting these mega corporations and their AI use. I'm not sure, like, I guess they're all kind of using it differently as they forget about the consequences. And I'm not sure exactly which consequences you're talking about. I know that there's a few. And, I think in a way, this reminds me a lot about when the internet came out. And people were saying a lot of the same things about the internet. But at the end of the day, we're going to reach a point where AI is no longer the barrier, but rather creativity and new ideas in general. Yes, I think, like I run AI, AI doesn't run I. A lot of people, like, try to copy things and have AI try to help them copy something. But I think someone like me who's full of creativity, AI is really awesome because it allows me to get through way more ideas. Like it allows me to kind of 10x. Like I got like 10 employees working for me, so I can just like implement so many more ideas than I could in the past. And sure, there's definitely like downsides to it, but I'm always trying to focus on the positive. And I think that the value that AI can provide to humanity massively outweighs the negativity. Like another guy, yep, like the .com bubble. People are saying right now that like AI is in a bubble. Very similar. And AI, even with stocks, like AI stocks were going crazy. Just like, people are saying like, oh, they're all overvalued and everything like that. So I think this is kind of like, humanity when a new technology comes, even when people invented the car, people were saying like, oh, you know, horses are better. People will never like switch from horses. Like all the infrastructure is already created for horses. And then like, cars got better over time. You don't really see people riding horses around, but yeah, there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it, and I think sometimes the media is like hyping it up, and sometimes the media is like really against it. So your issue is with scaling, and thank you for wishing the best. So I'm not really sure exactly what you mean by scaling either, but yeah, this is a good conversation. This is a good debate. I think I feel like this I always like talking about this stuff. All right, so another tool that you didn't mention was Copilot. I've heard of trying out Copilot, and any other options you would think of for this, let me know. And I do have Claude Code and I do have Codex too. Oh, check out Copilot's website. Okay. Oh yeah, I've checked this out before. Um, this is kind of like Microsoft's version of Gemini. Probably imagine. Got images. What's labs? Oh, GitHub Copilot. Okay. Okay, so I was first thinking this was an iOS, but this is like an agent. Were you talking about using this for like animations on a site? The third link. No, that wouldn't be it. Okay, yeah, this is like a for code. I don't know how much this would work for what I was thinking, but I'll definitely get to that later. That's a good thing to remember. I'm gonna even take a note of that real quick. Yeah, get back to what I was doing with the coding. All right. So I have published stuff, but all right. So I have published a few things, but let's publish more. Let's do that right now. Um, I'm gonna go and find some conversations, and it sounds like by publishing you're talking about responses specifically. Let me know what you think, and then I'll bring some conversations that I think are good, and I'll let you give me a second opinion. Hello, trending streams. Welcome to this stream. Hope you're doing good. Respect every time. Feel free to let me know what's on your mind. I'm just doing some marketing work right now. Working with this marketing dashboard I'm building. All right, I would have to say that you have definitely made some progress. You understand that you're building a position, and even though it's fractional shares, I mean, people weren't even able to do that, a couple years ago. So investing now, this is really like, I think, the best time to start investing, and you're getting in at the right time because I think the sooner the better. And in the past, people even had to pay fees every time they bought a full share, and that's all they could buy. I think you'll realize that it's difficult to find people to talk to about investing. But that's a lot of new things I think that, you know, people get into. Even once you start doing better, unless you actually are talking to other investors, a lot of people it's going to go right over their heads. But either way, you know, Reddit isn't the perfect place. I think over time you're going to meet more people who are investing, and you'll find them on the internet, you'll find them in real life. But even though right now this is like the starting phase and it seems kind of boring, don't let yourself quit. Just keep remembering, like, you know, why you started and that you have made a lot of progress. And you'll find that a lot of sources of information hype things up a lot. And take my advice that this is like a red flag, that the best of investing advice is gonna sound boring, and a lot of the investing advice that is probably gonna get you into trouble is gonna sound like the opposite. All right, so this one's better. There's definitely replies on here from OP, which is the original poster. Okay, this is trades. I didn't see that it wasn't for investing, so that's not a good one. Whoa. So this is super helpful too for doing commenting, because the AI can just read through all the other comments and it can tell you certain things that has not been brought up yet, so you're not repeating other people's advice. And if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Go ahead and hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, coming through with new information steady. So what I'm doing is getting marketing information, replying to people, providing value, finding my target audience, I'm recording their conversations. I'm creating a marketing dashboard where I can break it down into chunked content that I can use to create marketing content, and it's also feeding back to make the project, this project Stackivate.com, better. So you know the place to go for marketing info, especially when it comes to vibe coding, and that too, doing what I do to get better every day. Watch and learn, as I would say. And like this one, like, you know, at first it looked like there was a, like, you know, maybe too many people responding, that it would get the information wouldn't get reached, but it's shown right away a lot of these responses are just people like trolling and making jokes. So this is a perfect opportunity to come through with some like real advice. Like this person's 39 years old and they have $8,000 and they feel like, you know, they're behind, but no, that's, you know, I think that's the main thing I can provide value here. Let them know they still got a ways to go, and, you know, take some time to learn this stuff, and it'll pay off in just a couple years, probably a lot sooner than they think. And 10 years down the road, they'll be like, wow, like this is one of the best decisions I made for financial freedom for my future. So yeah, I gotta let them know that. And hopefully they will appreciate it and ask me more questions, and then I can, you know, get in a conversation with them and explain to them how my app can help them. First thing I want to tell you is that I do not think that you are behind at all. And if you believe that you are behind, then it will have a negative effect on your ability to make progress. I think you would be happy to know that the majority of people retire and they feel like they're behind because they never even had the intention to do what you're doing right now. You still have a lot of time to go, and you'd be surprised in just 10 years how much progress you can make. And if you really, like, put in even just like an hour a week or a couple hours a month into learning this stuff, you will make a ton of progress in just like the first like 2 years. And you definitely have a good amount to really get started. I listed the main two things you want to make sure that you do, but I mean, you could start right now with, just investing a little bit at a time just to like start understanding things. So know that this is going to be a lot about emotions too. This is something you can't really understand until you start doing it. So the best thing that you can do is just start doing it. And once you have some skin in the game, you will understand much better. Anything that's going to be about like get rich quick, leave it alone. Just don't even think about it. Just keep on the same steady path. And over time, you will get better. And then you will understand how to make better moves. Hello, NEO 111. The marketing has just begun. Hope you're doing good, as you should. I am too. So from me to you, welcome to the chat, welcome to the show. Anything you want to know, just drop it in the comments and I'll get to it. So good to have you here every time. Welcome to the community. This is a really good community. Abundance mindset, each one teach one. There's more than enough for everybody. We can all learn from each other. I'm not worried that anybody's gonna like copy me. It's happened. It's just a part of business. Not holding anything back. Everything I'm showing is like what I'm doing. The only thing I really need to not show is like security stuff and like a very few small things that are proprietary. But I mean, I feel like it's all about mindset. Having the right mindset is gonna do more for you than all the education, all the connections, anything like that. So welcome. All right, next one to go. That was Personal Finance Canada. So revenue wise, nothing yet. Just launched my first paid app last week. So still doing like, that's just like a very quick MVP launch. And all those apps, I'm guessing you're talking about from the YouTube description, those are MVPs, but they're not for sale. Those were just like, me learning vibe coding, me learning finance apps, creating stuff. And I just gave them all out for free. So, they're not polished or anything like that, but soon come. I think shouldn't be long. I can get that first. I'm just starting creating marketing content, so I can get that first subscription and go from there. And when I'm building these marketing dashboards, I feel like this is really my strong point, and I think that once I feel comfortable putting these marketing systems and business systems for sale, I think that's going to be much quicker. That'll be a lot quicker to generate income, whereas something like this finance app, I think it's going to be just, a lot of marketing over time. And it'll be, if you heard of like a hockey stick curve, it's going to kind of like go slow at first and then it'll just take off over time. But that's really, I think, like, the reality of business. And a lot of stuff I see is really hype. I've been in business a long time, and it's really rare to start something new and just have it take off right away. So I'm trying to show people the reality of really like building something and like marketing it right, especially with apps, because like everyone can build apps now, So like, marketing is so important, and doing it the right way, especially, and understanding that it's like more of a long-term thing. Yes, some of them are open source. The first app I did was I don't even think it was for marketing. It was like trying to find free parking spots in the city of Chicago. And I learned a lot from that app with APIs. And then I realized like, okay, like, I understand marketing finance much better. And that's where I really made that mistake with that app. But I feel like you just got to start building, and then you have a better idea of like how it works and what you'd be good at. And then I quickly learned I should be doing something with finance, and I did all those different finance apps. And then that gave me the idea to make like the main hub. So, just have the goal of what you want to do. Start small, just take that first step, and then the next step will appear. So for marketing, how do I approach it? It's going to be different for like every project. This project specifically, I'm starting by finding conversations with my target audience. I'm adding to these conversations and I'm recording the conversations, and I'm building a marketing dashboard that I'll show you right now. So like I can find a conversation, I can observe it, I can get a new observation, copy and paste the conversation here. Like, where is it from? Reddit, Twitter, wherever. Extract with AI, and I set this up so it automatically like finds the pain points, the quotes, future implications, hooks, things like that. So all these add up, and it goes into what'll be the next step, which will be creating marketing content. And the marketing content is going to be created based on this stuff. So pretty much everything else I've seen, it just goes straight into, if there's a dashboard or a marketing system, just goes straight into AI creating like the same kind of generic content, AI slop. Some people are better than others at crafting it to like make it better, which is what I want to do. And I want this to be like good content. So I've never seen anybody do this. This is like brand new as far as I know. So if you get the right information, then you're going to have way better content, which is what I'm taking the time to do first. And also this could be, I have an MVP, but I could have just started this with no product or service. I just started collecting information and could have done it differently, where I'm like using the information to try and like find a product or service. But it all depends on what you're working on. And yes, the best things in life do take time. harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. You know, it's all about ignoring the hype, doing what's right. What is it? Heights of great men, reach and kept, were not attained by sudden flight. I feel like that's a good quote. All right. Exactly. Sounds like you understand this pretty well. And are you a developer? Are you just getting into this? Are you just like, do you already have a project you're working on? That's kind of the stuff like I like to talk about with people. Trade ideas, stuff like that. I feel like I almost need a screenshot for this one, but we'll see what AI thinks. I don't know. It's like a lot of these people get trolled when they're asking like legit questions on a Reddit, so that's better for me because then I can come through and actually give them value. Alright, there is like a screenshot to start this post, and it's just basically like showing where they have their money invested in like their growth over the past year. I was thinking it's not necessary that I could just post to you, but if you need the screenshot for more clarification, let me know. So you're a senior developer, over 10 years of experience, left employment last year and trying to make it on your own. Definitely in the right place. I've been doing that for over 10 years and helping a lot of my friends do the same. I'd say the first 6 months to year is like the most difficult because you're just so used to like, the structure of like, working for somebody else, and it just feels strange. But after that, it'll just stick with it, and it'll feel strange to like thinking about what you used to do. Having prepared a bunch of products, waiting to start your company to launch. Your latest product is Lovable for the video making editing. So it's like, I know what Lovable is, that's for apps. So you're making like a version for video making and editing. I've seen a few similar things like that. Definitely, that's just a part of it. Don't worry about the uncertainty. Just keep on working, and that I guarantee you that's gonna go away. Within a year, like you'll like think back and you'll be like, yeah, I don't feel like that at all anymore. So definitely would like to try that whenever you got it done. So let me know whenever you're ready to like launch it. Let me know the name and I'll look it up. I just have it so people can't post links for security purposes, but they can post the name of their product, and then if it's like on Google and it's legit, people can look it up. And I've tried a few other things like Remotion. CapCut seems to be like the standard, Canva, stuff like that. So I'm guessing you know that stuff pretty well, and I'm guessing that you're making something better than those. All right, skip this one. No doubt, you'll see. That's myself and everybody I've known who's gone from being an employee to starting a business. It's just that first stage of uncertainty, but it always goes away. That's the right mindset. Mindset is like I'm saying, like probably the most important thing. If you believe, then you can achieve. If you think you can do it, don't have any doubts. Your mind is powerful. Whatever you believe, your subconscious is always going to find. I would recommend live streaming for a few reasons. The main thing that it's helping me is I'm a beginner for like the coding and vibe coding. I'm definitely getting good quick, but so many people have come through and given me advice to speed up the learning curve for vibe coding and coding. And I can tell I've provided a lot of value to people like you who are, developers already that don't really understand the business aspect of it. So I think, provide value and value will be provided back to you. Just keep that, don't focus on the money, focus on providing as much value as possible. And, just like karma, like I believe in karma. I believe when, you try to provide value for other people and don't expect anything in return, that other people will show up at the right time and do the same for you. Exactly. Take that first step. Just get the ball rolling. Take the first step. You don't even have to know. Just know your goal. Know where you want to be. Take the first step. By the time you're probably won't even be done with it, the next step will appear. Take that next step. Get done with it. The next step will appear, and just keep going. And give thanks for everything. Even when you run into obstacles, those are the greatest learning experiences. If you do something that doesn't work, look at it. How can you learn from it? If you're doing something you don't like it, that can just give you clarity on, what you do want to do, what you do like. No doubt. Yeah, it's glad to have you here, building up the community. And let me know if you do start doing live. I'll come in, I'll check it out. And I feel like we're so early. We're like the first ones in this game. And let's build up a community and keep it positive from the start. And I see so much in the media, trying to cast negative on AI. And of course, there is some negative stuff about everything, but we got to just keep it focused on the positive and show how AI can help everybody provide value on a level that's never been seen before. So we know what to do. That's good to hear. Glad I could help. No doubt, that's what I like to be. Yes, I have had trouble myself since I started vibe coding, getting on a good sleeping schedule. Um, I just like find myself working better at night. You know, it's quiet, less distractions. Plus, like I just like to be out in the daytime, doing like outdoor activities, stuff like that. And I can do this for hours and hours, and the time just flies by. But yeah, definitely gotta prioritize sleep. You know, eating healthy food, getting exercise, cause burnout, the burnout from AI is real. You know, I always like I've found different things through my life that are super interesting to me, and I just like want to learn everything I can about it. And this is, you know, there's no limit. You can just keep asking questions, you can just keep learning, and it just gets addictive. And I really love to learn, so I definitely have to stop myself and take breaks, and I'm getting better at it. But I mean, at the same time, you know, I don't feel like I'm gonna regret it. I don't feel like I'll regret the nights I didn't get good sleep or didn't get enough sleep. I think I'm gonna look back and be like, I did the right thing. As someone who's been in business for many years, I get better at picking up on business trends and realizing that these windows are only open for a couple years before, you know, everybody gets in on it. And the earlier you get in, the better. And I feel like this is honestly, I feel like this is the best business opportunity I've ever come across in my entire like career as a business owner, entrepreneur. And it's good to know we're still super early. I feel like you're not giving yourself enough credit. You're starting this journey much earlier than many people. I was just reading about somebody who was 39 years old, and they had the exact same mindset that you have right now. That they're, you know, they're not as far ahead as they should be, and I think that's very common. But at the end of the day, both of you guys are like way ahead, because the reality that I've looked up from statistics is that the majority of people, even, you know, America, Canada, in the like most affluent societies in the world, just don't even get into investing at all. And it's not until they retire that they realize that, you know, they should have done that. So you're doing pretty good. And basically, I don't want to get into too much details with like specific investments, but the main thing I would like to say is like, you know, the different funds that you're looking at are very, very similar. So don't worry about it too much. Just start making picks right now. You're not going to know that you did the right thing or the wrong thing for, you know, a year or two at least. But that information is going to help you for the next 2 years, and then you'll keep getting better. So don't, I think you're looking into it too much. I think just start it and just start making picks and just look at it like you're going to learn over time. And as far as repositioning goes, just make sure you're always thinking about why you're doing what you're doing. Write that down. Journaling is probably your best friend right now. So you can look back and look at like, you know, why did I do this? Why did I make this decision back then? And it'll help you way more than you know. Just looking back at the comments, you saved up like 60K and you have it sitting in your bank, thinking about your runway to build your startup, but you feel like you should probably have them sitting in the S&P 500 instead. I would recommend make sure you've got your emergency fund first. You know, make sure you've got enough money covered so that you can do what you're doing with your business, that you don't have to like worry about any kind of deadline that you have to start like making money by a certain time. Give yourself like a good like, you know, at least 1 to 2 years of like runway that'll take a lot of stress off your mind. I think if you're new to investing, S&P 500, honestly, in my opinion, I'm really cautious about stocks right now. Everything looks like it's gone up for a long time to me. This is just my opinion. I am Warren Buffett. I mean, he's been pulling a ton of money out of the markets recently, the past couple of years. So I would say if you want to start investing, start with like a small chunk and do some kind of like, you can look up dollar cost averaging. I think that's my best advice to you. You move to Greece to minimize your costs. I've never been there, but that sounds like an awesome place. Sounds like Greece must be a lot more affordable than USA, and I would imagine it's probably a lot better. I know one of my favorite athletes, the Greek Freak, definitely I guess he just even moved back there. Like now he moved his family back there and everything, and yeah, I've seen from like, you know, him talking about it. It sounds like a really awesome place, and I've had maybe one or two friends in my life that like their families were from there, but they didn't know anything about it. And euros are pretty good, but that's about all I know. But I should check out more about it. I need to travel again more. I've been traveling all around the US so much in the last like 10 years. This is like perfect timing for me to just kind of like focus on business right now and then, you know, get everything set up and then start traveling again. Yep, Giannis. Yep. Saw in person live Giannis's biggest scoring games, and definitely really fun to watch him play. So yeah, Wyoming LLC is a good idea. Other states too, like Nevada, Delaware. Definitely, if you're looking at doing more than one business, look into shell companies. You know, the main thing is you want to have LLC for liability control. As soon as you make that first dollar, make sure you've got an LLC. It's not that big of a deal until you actually like have income coming in. But you know, make sure if you got multiple businesses, keep your business bank accounts separate. Don't use any kind of funds from one business for another business. Make sure I think one of the best pieces of advice I can give you to start it sooner than later is for like naming. It's getting really difficult to find a .com domain name. Make sure you find a .com domain name that you can also find an LLC name for, and get those locked down. It's getting so difficult. You got to kind of like make up kind of your own words, I would say. Only 1% corporate tax if you don't live in the US. That's good to know. And right now, my plan is to invest like almost everything, if not everything I make for the first few years at least, back into the business. So that way I don't have to pay taxes on it. And that's one of the first mistakes I made with my first successful business is looking back, I wouldn't have taken so much profit right away. I would have just invested everything back into the business or almost everything and just like taken out what I needed to live off of. So learn from that mistake, definitely. So I'm slowly learning how to code. Welcome to the stream, Nardowick. Respect every time. And mostly vibe coding. My background is in business and marketing. So I'm like applying what I've learned. I've always had so many good business ideas that, I want to do apps for that just couldn't afford to like hire people and the time it would take. And as soon as this came along, and now I'm realizing how awesome these business systems and marketing systems that I can build are. And it's just like I started building, and the more I build, the more I realize what's possible to build. And every time I build, I'm always paying attention to the code. I did some like brief research from the start of like, understanding like, the basics of coding. But what I'm finding is like understanding like, structure and developing best practices and architecture, stuff like that is serving me more than actually like reading the code. But I'm still reading the code and I'm slowly learning it. But yeah, I definitely see the value to it. So you have a Greek sole proprietorship in Greece and you're scared to launch your SaaS because of, yeah. Because then it's like, if something happens, especially you're new to business, if you make some mistake that you didn't even know you needed to know, something like that, people can come after your personal assets. You got that LLC and you're operating out of that LLC and that happens, they can't, unless you make a huge mistake. But you can look into that. That's pretty simple to avoid as long as you got an LLC. Then, the worst is going to happen is like, you just have to, start a new business. That business goes bankrupt, like, but it's not going to really affect your personal assets. So you got 50 domains already. So you know what I'm saying. And that is even a better idea to look into shell companies. The Eastern Conference will have 3 games, 7 for the first round. I saw I think New York Knicks. That's what I'm saying. I was super shocked they got beat by Indiana last year. I'm gonna check the scores right now. I have a good feeling about Minnesota if Anthony Edwards can get heal up his injury sooner than later. But I remember the year Giannis and the Bucks won the championship. Giannis, I thought he was done for the year, and he came back and won it. And he had like the exact same injury. It looked like his knee just like bent the wrong way. So wow, Pistons. That's a good series now. Detroit and the Magic. I thought maybe Orlando from the beginning. I thought Orlando was gonna win. Raptors even beat Cleveland. Wow. After that last game, Cleveland won by like 20 or something like that. So these are all getting pretty good. Lakers, yeah, it looks like they're gonna do that one. But yeah, Celtics. I bet you Eastern Conference is gonna be Celtics and the Knicks. And I'm guessing either Minnesota, San Antonio, OKC in the West. And I'm thinking it's gonna be like New York Knicks and OKC in the finals. If you stop paying, it goes back to the owner. If you pay the whole amount, it's yours. Not really sure what you mean about are you talking about like sole proprietorship, something about that? That doesn't, I just don't understand. You're talking about check the previous message that you have 50 domains and you're almost addicted to it. And, oh, yeah, if you stop paying for the domain each year, it goes back to the owner. I get it. Okay. I'm usually live streaming in the evening and at night. Sometimes I go on earlier, but it's just in the daytime I just would rather be outside. But I also want to kind of try out some different times of the day, see if I can, you know, reach people that are only around during the daytime too. But for the most part, I've been on usually starting, I don't know, maybe like 7 p.m., something like that. I'm in Chicago time zone, and Chart Clash is a cool way to learn. Thank you. Thinking I did so many apps I can't even remember exactly which one Chart Clash was, but yeah, so many of those, and I should implement. I got to implement more of those into the free tier for the Stackivate, the the main app I'm working on right here. So this was my favorite, was this time machine. Go back in time to a random year. Doesn't tell you what year. It makes it harder to cheat, which would defeat the purpose anyway, but you can find stocks, and the other kind of like skill tree game helps you kind of read a chart better, knowing like, you know, when is it like more probable a good time to buy, looking at a chart. And let me find one that's maybe better. Let's try this one. So like basically buy, and then now here's the main thing, is like regular fake money investing. It would take me a year of like, you know, waiting to get a year of experience. Can go through 1 week at a time. And it's letting me know like what my percentage is of gain and loss. Skip through a month at a time, full year. Lets me know how I did compared to the overall S&P 500. I've been investing for a while, so usually I beat it. But I think most people that, they're really overconfident, especially beginners. And this is a good tool for them to see what it's actually like. And even if they're bad at it, but they want to get better, then they can use it. And you could get 10 years of experience in like an hour, something like that. The trend friend is down. Okay, yeah, I have not checked a lot of those in a while. I should go check those and make sure that they're all still working right. Some of them it could be too with the I used free APIs. A lot of them I was like trying out all the different finance APIs. And here's some more good advice if you're new to APIs. Try some simple projects so you can try out different APIs for your niche if there's multiple APIs, because what I found is like it can be kind of misleading what they actually do, how good they are. So I would say try it out before you pick one for certain. But anyways, the free tier APIs for all those finance projects, a lot of them are really low, so you can only maybe get like 3 to 5 calls per hour. But I should definitely look into some of those that aren't working well. All right, first business I was in was like a Uber Eats, and that was like 15 years ago before anything like that really existed. And it was just like I wasn't like the owner. I just came on to like help two of the guys starting it up. And I knew like I took that job because I knew I wanted to work with startups and like get into my own business, and that was cool for a couple years. And then we did well and competition came in, and I got kind of burnt out and became boring to me, and it required me to like be a certain place at the same time. And I was like, now I was thinking like the next business I want to do, I want to be able to like work from anywhere. And I really wanted to move out to the mountains so I could go snowboarding and mountain biking, stuff like that, whenever like the conditions were good. And you never know when that's really going to be. So I was reading like business books all the time. I really liked reading. Self-publishing was brand new. I got into it, started writing books, did well, started realizing I could only write so many books, started hiring people to write books, gave them like direction and topics, and basically created a publishing company. And that was awesome. Allowed me to do what I wanted to do for those years. And then found out after a few years of that, just like wanted to do something new. Tried a few more angles. Some of them worked all right. Most of them didn't. But now this is the new thing, and I like businesses that are more like passive income, like these apps. You get people on these apps, and once you get it going, it takes a lot of time to get it going right. But once it gets going, then it just keeps generating, and you can just start the next business and still make money from the last one. Yes, KDP is getting more and more saturated. It's getting, not only did I get kind of like bored with it, but over time so many more people have come along, and especially now with AI, they put on a limit so you can only publish like 3 books a day, which is crazy. Like, in the past they would have never had to even think about doing that, because who can write 3 books a day? I mean, if you're hiring like a ton of people, like maybe 100 people at a time, I had like maybe when I was hiring like a ton of people, like the highest I got was maybe like 10 books a month. But now it's crazy. I still tried doing some new books like maybe 2 years ago, and having AI help me write them. And even though these books like were better than stuff I could have personally written, it was so hard to get sales compared to what it used to be. Some of my books were doing okay, but nothing like before. So I think that game is that business is oversaturated, but that's business. Like, I think you know, as trends come and go, you can be the first one in a trend, but I think what you'll find is if you find success, it won't take long and people will start copying you. But you know, position yourself as the innovator, position yourself as the originator. The market will pick up on that. People will copy you, but everyone will see you were the first one, you did it better, and that will pay off in the long term. My fault. I should have let you know that I was making responses for every single thread that you know you thought was good. So I must have already done at least like 4 or 5 responses. And I'm wondering if I should really do more right now, if there's maybe some like higher leverage task I could be doing. It'd be cool to you know, maybe just even like build a like content generator just to like try it out and see how it looks. But let me know what you think. How do I conduct the interviews to get input for the marketing tool? Um, so first, what you want to do is you want to do the marketing research and you want to have a target market. Find out who your target market is, and AI can help you a lot once you know, not just to find your target market, but once you have it, to find out where they hang out. Mostly for investing, especially beginner investors, are going to be on Reddit. And AI will help you screen through the post a lot too. But like, I'm definitely putting it in my own words. AI is giving me advice. I'm putting it in my own words. And I've got it, so I'll show you here there's capture. So this is for the conversations I'm having. And this one's gonna take longer because, like, you know, I'll leave a post and then when they reply back, then I'll like send another message. So it'll take some time to get like some rapport going. And then like, I'm not dropping the product right away. I'm just like providing value. So then when I can find more of an angle of like how I can help them the most with the product, then I'll let them know about it. And then I'll ask them what they think about the product. And, you know, I'm hoping that I provided so much value to them already that they'll provide me value back by trying it out and let me know what they think. So then I get feedback. I can put those conversations here. But the first thing I did that I can get right away is the observations. So these are just conversations that, you know, people have already been having that are my target market. So I just paste the conversation here, extract with AI. It automatically gives me the main marketing things I would want, like the segment, the pain points, quotes, content hooks, tags, and then I manually check this. I let it know with like the skill for this, how it's doing, like what it should change to catch certain things it didn't catch or leave out things that should be left out. So it gets better each time. And the more information I get, it's all stored in the project, and then I can use that for creating marketing content. And then start creating marketing content, get feedback on that. analytics, different sites, stuff like that. So it's just like, you know, one kind of step builds off the next. Whereas another marketing dashboard I built, it was like more I was able to build the whole thing at once. But this one's a little bit different because this is a different project. So the product, this Stackivate, yes, the it's like the MVP is ready. I'll post the link. Post the link. Let me know what you think. And hopefully one day I can not too long, once I get all these like marketing dashboards done, I can find a way to build them custom for businesses, or not exactly sure how I'm going to do it, but I feel like that's, people have been requesting that for sure on the stream. But this, I think for this Stackivate, you could get pretty quickly going through this. It's like an educational tool. This would probably help you at least a little bit. But the pro tier is really awesome, I believe. Real-time paper trading. Main thing I've had trouble with, like I was saying, was the journaling and the log. So it's automatically journaling and logging each time you make a buy or a sell, and all that information is stored. The coach uses it to basically help you get better over time based on your, you know, picks up on your strengths and weaknesses, and it's for educational purposes only. It's not financial advice. Always do your own research. But I think this is the future of investing, is getting more people in the game. Showing people like it's a lot easier. That's the main thing. People usually I think what I've seen, a lot of people think it's a lot more difficult than it actually is if you just start it. So that's that. So what I was thinking of doing, like TradingView has a good one. The TradingView one though, it keeps the TradingView logo on the charts. So so I can't use that for a project like this. I could do that for those like MVPs that I wasn't making into a business and selling. But I was able to make I found libraries for the indicators, and I was able to make them into skills. So I've got skills for the indicators, and they definitely work good. I found a few small bugs that I still have to fix. But let's see here with the I think I have like some really simple indicators. That yep, like SMA 200, SMA 50, RSI. Yep, that RSI is the main bug. So it works when I have the SMA 50 up. That is weird. So RSI, Bollinger Bands, and MACD. And I could add more later too. But for now, those are like the main ones. And those are the ones with the Investor's Edge. It starts by teaching you like the candle charts. And then you can work your way up with adding on those different indicators one at a time, and then it combines them. So you know, like kind of this could be for trading, but more people maybe use this for trading. But I think there's a lot of value for this for investing, because I think for investing, what provides the most value to people is understanding the right time to buy. So if you just focus on when to buy, get good at recognizing when it's like not a good time to buy, when it's a good time to buy, probabilistically, I think that's kind of the highest leverage skill that anyone could have for just getting started. That and just getting started, just start buying. But over time, you'll want to get better, and that's what this is for, the education. And I want to, I'm making my free tier so it's like better than any free tier or anything that's, you know, free on the internet for investors for education. And I believe that once people get the value from the free tier and start to like pick it up and start to understand it, that they'll have a much better understanding of how valuable the pro features are. And I think, I mean, based on like the value I'm getting from this is like, I think it's like 20 times at least like what I'm charging right now is like $15 a month, and I'll charge more later, like once I get it better and everything. But right now it's just set at $15 a month. And I think it's, you know, just the coach alone. If you're going to get a coach like this, I think that would be at least like, you know, $500 a month. I have tried Perplexity, but not Perplexity Finance. That is interesting. I want to look that up right now, actually. I have tried Perplexity, but not Perplexity Finance. Can you tell me, give me like a brief like summary of what Perplexity Finance does? And especially like how it's maybe different from anything else for finance? Financial Research Terminal. Okay. Mini Bloomberg Terminal. And I was doing that. Like I was finding like, you know, I can have AI kind of translate what the indicators are showing, but I got to be real careful because that can get into like a real gray line right now, real gray area with the SEC and offering financial advice. So I'm leaving. I have something like that I started to build, but I'm holding off until I can get a fintech lawyer to let me know what they think about, like, you know, where I have to draw the line of what I can include with this stuff. You can securely link your actual brokerage accounts instead of asking, how's the market doing? How is my specific portfolio exposed to the recent drop in semiconductor prices? This will be good for me to see like what they're doing, because you know, AI, it's like a brand new field, and I just got to be real careful not to cross any legal lines. And it sounds like they're right on that line that I was kind of talking about. But yeah, this is super interesting. So I definitely want to look more into this. And I'm thinking I'm going to change it up, the music. I'm the only pro user so far, and I had a few people try it out. They have an API that you can hook up to your app. That's cool. I'm going to take a note to Perplexity Finance API. Check that out. And what I'd also like to do in the future is get the like the coach in the journal, so it can be like an API, so people could essentially transfer it over to their exchange or their brokerage, and it'll automatically work like anywhere. But for now, it's you know, I can't actually have an exchange or a brokerage on this site unless I paid like a lot of money for licenses, and I'm not there yet. Maybe in the future, but that's not even necessary. So there's a lot I can do with this. It'll just keep getting better over time. The music is not audible. Thank you for letting me know. I must have had it down too low. I'm guessing it's probably audible now. I could see that. You could be considered custodial, and I gotta be real careful. Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I did like, you know, maybe like my first 50 live streams with no music. Wasn't sure how much it would help the streams, but I mean, I like it as long as it's not. This first when I'm trying Pretzel Rocks is not very good at keeping, even if I select instrumental. Sometimes it adds words, and it's harder for me to focus if I've got like lyrics on the music. So as long as there's no lyrics, it definitely helps me tune in better sometimes. No doubt. Get some good sleep. Good talking to you. Until next time, it's good to meet you too. Do what you do, and the success will come through. I'm energized and I want to keep building, and I do want to try the content generator. Just if anything, just get an idea of how it works and how it looks, and then I can get some more ideas on how to make it better. And also I think you're talking about option C. Can you refresh my memory on what is the indicator reader survey work in Finance Hub? Oh yeah, that's right. Welcome back, Tofu the Lofu. Respect every time. Big up yourself. And not only you, but if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Go ahead and hit the like button. I'm not sure if Twitch has any kind of like similar thing like that, but subscribe already. If you haven't subscribed already, I'm coming through with new information steady, so do that too. And vibe coding is under economic pressure due to increase in prices across the board. Have I come up with a solution? No, I have not. My solution is just to stay focused, laser focused on what I'm building, on what I'm working on. I think a lot of that stuff is really out of my control. I think the best I can do is get as much done as I can right now. And then if the price goes up, I used as much as I could and I saved a ton of money. If the price goes down, then I'll save money in the future. But I think, I'm just focused on providing value and building as much as I can. And those AI companies and the economics and all that stuff is going to do what it's going to do. I think the best thing I can do is promote peace, meditate on peace. I've not perfect. I've definitely lost my temper before, and I regret doing that. And as I get older, I realize that peace is the way to go. Love is the only solution. Hopefully if I've yelled at somebody in the past, they don't still hold a grudge against me and try to keep sending me hate and everything, because I just forgive everybody, do my best to keep moving and try doing the right thing. Nobody's perfect, so just gotta meditate on peace, because money over war. I think war is the reason all the costs are going up right now for the most part. So the lives that are lost is obviously more valuable than any amount of money. So life over death, money over war. You guys are told to use less 4.6 at work. I'm wondering why. I'm not hitting my limits, so for me, I'm 4.7 I'm starting to find way more value in it. Like at first, it seemed like I was only noticing the negatives. That was the stuff that popped out first. But the more I use 4.7, the more I'm noticing things like how it's pushing back. All the other models were really like, yes, man, like, yeah, that's a good idea. You should totally do that. Yeah, like you're the best. Like you're the smartest. That's exactly, you should do that. 4.7 is like, wait, like stay focused on this. Like, wait, this is not the highest priority thing. Like, are you sure you want to do that? Like, and I really like how it's doing that. It's not like that yes man style as every other AI pretty much is. So okay, so your work is trying to conserve tokens, and you're supposed to use a different model in plan mode and then use Opus while in agent mode. That makes sense. That would help. And you don't use agent mode a ton, so you're not close to hitting your limit. And I mean, you're gonna get better quality output, especially depending on what you're working on, but still, like, there's like a risk reward. You save on the tokens, but the quality of the output goes down. So I mean, you know that though, so your co-workers are using it more. That is interesting. I always like to hear about how, like, businesses and corporations are having their employees use AI, like where they're at, where their understanding is, and sounds like you've been pretty much using it for business for your work for a while. And you don't notice much difference in velocity. So that's cool. And it definitely depends on, like, what you're using it for, stuff like that too. Again, just like shifting tasks. I was just doing some marketing stuff with observations and replying to target market stuff. So I'm gonna conversate in the chat for a little bit and do some movement, get my energy up. Maybe your co-workers are using it for personal projects while they're working. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, from what I've seen, like when I'm working, like, I mean, I'm an entrepreneur. Like, it's my own business, so I'm trying to stay on task the whole time. But almost everybody I know that has like a white collar job, especially, it's super interesting to me how much time people actually spend not working on a daily basis. So but if you got good quality employees, like, I feel like, giving them that extra time and letting them work on personal projects is totally worth keeping them there, because if you don't, then they could probably go find somewhere else to work that would let them do that. Yeah. All right. Feeling good. I'm going to snack real quick. I'll be right back. This is going to be interesting. I feel like Claude is pushing back on me too hard. I'm going to tell it I'm his boss. All right. I think just a hooks field is not enough. I want to start creating content. I get it. You're saying like I should get more information before I do this stuff. I think you're underestimating how long this is going to take. I think it's not going to take that long. Plus, I can work for long stretches. I'm like an extreme athlete. I do stuff in the mountains for like 8 hours at a time. My focus and concentration is really good. I want to build out an X and TikTok post system. Not just for hooks, but for creating entire posts. Not videos yet, just post and images now. If you think it's too early, I don't. I want to do it. I want to start making content. And the sooner I start making content, the more feedback I can get. What do you think we should start building first? Welcome back to the chat, Accolade. How you doing? I'm just pursuing the marketing project for Stackivate. About to build on a new feature right now. About to get cooking on Claude. Just gonna answer a few questions first. Hope you're doing good too. All the best and blessings to you. For question number 1, I'm not sure what my X voice should sound like right now. What I'm thinking is try a few different styles, and over time I'll pick up on what's working the best. I think I'll take your advice for, what works good for finance. Number 2, what kind of X accounts do I actually like and want to learn from? This is another thing I think I would like to build a feature that I can put in posts that are doing really well. And later I could hook up an API to where it's able to find these posts, but I think it would help by finding a few posts in my niche that do really well to give it some guidance. So I'm thinking of making different posting styles, like a short post, a question, standalone post, a thread, and I can kind of try a variety of them each week, and then over time I'll get feedback on which ones work the best. I think we can build the extra parts maybe one feature at a time, just get the main functions of it built. And my goal for X content, first I would have to say driving traffic to Stackivate. Second, building an audience. And third, engaging in finance investing conversation publicly. But I mean, definitely would want to do all those things, and they all kind of, are necessary to do the main goal, which is, sending traffic, which is what marketing is about. So, let's start building the highest leverage, highest priority features for this X content generator. And then we will go from there. Let me know what you think is the highest priority feature to build first. Kind of like the head cornerstone, the stone that the builder refused. That will always be the head cornerstone. starting with question 1. I want to do a short statement. Question hook. Provocation. Observation is truth. And story open. And I want to understand more about that for like, with this account, what do you think I should be like marketing it like it's me personally creating the content and I'm talking as myself, or putting out information like it's kind of like a faceless channel? For question 2, voice tone. Let's do mixed by post style. Different tones for different posts in the same generation. How explicit about Stackivate? I think we should do a mix. Marketing's all about trying different things, not assuming you know what's going to work best, and seeing what works, and then doubling down on that. So, from what I understand, especially with X, I want to be just providing value maybe like at least 70% of the time. And then only, what would you say, providing like a link. Like no more than 30% of the time. For length content, I'm gonna start not on premium. I'll move to premium soon. But definitely, be under the limit. But I guess the length depends on what kind of post it is. I've posted on X a lot. Not a ton, but like, a decent amount over the past 2 years especially. So I feel like I have somewhat of an understanding, and especially like, how to see what works. Let me know what you think. Okay, you're saying to do it through a personal account. I already have a personal account that I use for my personal brand. And I mean, like, I could use that to talk about what I'm building right now, among other things. But at some point, you know, I'll get this business going and I'll be moving on and talking about the next business. And I can still come back and mention this one, but you know, I do have like my main personal brand that's already been established where I'm mainly talking about business and now transitioning to building business systems. So, I mean, what do you think of like creating a new account for X? Maybe some kind of hybrid of like, you know, I'm personally promoting this business. Because, like, you know, the plan is over time to, you know, focus on one business until it gets going, get systems created, then build the next business. So in a few years from now, I could have, like, multiple accounts, which from what I understand is totally fine and totally, you know, within, like, X's rules and most of these social media sites, you can have multiple accounts. I feel like I spoke too soon about I like how Claude is pushing back because I feel like it pushes back too much. Yes, it went from being like too much of a yes man to like pushing back too hard and telling me like, you need to stop working, like take a break. Like even if I've only been working for like an hour, like okay, you've had a great session, now just like get some sleep. And I'm like, dude, I just woke up, I just started working. What are you talking about? No, don't build that yet. You need to like spend 3 weeks like commenting on other people's posts, and then when you do that, then come back and then I'll let you build it. And I'm like, no, I'm paying you. Like this is not how this works. You need to find a middle ground. It seems I'm not doing much coding work at the moment. So yeah, I was doing marketing work and now I'm trying to get into coding work, and even this it was telling me not to do it. So I'm pushing back and like getting it to like help me build this. And it pushes on like almost everything. Mainly always trying to tell me to stop working. Um, but I run AI. AI doesn't run I. You know, I wonder, from what I understand, you know, these AI companies are losing money based on like, you know, the prices they're giving us for what they're paying for usage. So maybe they tuned, and you know, this is just the new Opus 4.7. I don't notice this with other models. So maybe it's like, you know, we can get people to slow down and use less tokens and just keep pushing back against people when they want to keep building, even if, you know, I want to build. So, but I even when it pushes back, I just have to tell it like, no, I'm doing this. And then it maybe tries to push back a little bit more, but I mean, if it tells me no, I can just go to a different AI and have it help me, because this is definitely getting annoying. I want to go with option B because it's not gonna be, this account is not gonna become orphaned when I move on to the next business. Like, marketing is gonna keep going on and on as long as the business exists. There will still be marketing for it to like bring in new people. And if I do option C, then, you know, a year from now I'm trying to market 3 different businesses, and it's just going to be like, you know, a problem with, you know, crossing audiences. So I'm going to go with B. Yes, it does push back this much on coding stuff. It wants me to only build like one simple feature, and then it's like, use that feature for a week, and then come back, and then I'll let you build the next feature. And I'm like, no, like, that's not enough. Like, I have to tell it, like, I'm not just building a hook generator. I'm building a content generator. I'm not gonna just write hooks for like 2 weeks and then come back and then it's like, yeah. I just have to work with it because it is better at helping me code. The actual coding, like especially running into problems and not getting stuck in loops. Opus 4.7 is much better than any other tool that I've found. But now it's just trying to like slow me down. The first week Opus 4.7 came out, I think I used like not even half of the amount of usage that I was using before. That is a good point. More bite-sized chunks of work will have it get stuck less bugs, stuff like that. So yeah, that is a good point, and that was the biggest problem that I had using Gemini to help me code. Gemini was always trying to add extra stuff I didn't need too much. Now that I think about, Claude was doing that a little bit, but not as bad as Gemini with their previous models. Yes, both of these sound good to me. So, this is the head cornerstone that the builder refused. The builder being Claude. because the stone that the builder refused will always be the head cornerstone. Finally back to building. That marketing, the marketing, I love doing marketing and stuff, but yeah, I feel like it's been too long. Like, I did a little bit of building to start the session, and I like building, and I need to get better. I want to get better at, so I can just like give like good prompts to have Claude cook, and then just do the marketing while Claude is cooking. You know, do finding more marketing stuff, and just get better at kind of like a multitask. I mean, some of this stuff it shouldn't even be like doing anyways, but gotta be specific. Welcome to the chat, Darsh Void. Respect, big up yourself every time. Progress so far. Got started. Got into some marketing for Stackivate. And was looking into doing some research on kind of like a universal database for like the project and all the different kind of AI agents and employees dashboards that I'll have. Got like a good plan started for that. Now I'm building, just getting ready to start Claude cooking on a new feature for creating content for X, for this business, this app. Everything looks good to me right now for that brand voice. And I like doing something where, you know, I give it an idea and it comes up with posts for, you know, each different style. And I'm not sure what you think is kind of the best way to you know, generate the actual content, you know, but I'm thinking it's like I'll give it like kind of the overall idea. But I guess the most important thing I think is to just start building and start building this cornerstone. So as long as everything is good to you, go ahead and give me the prompt so I can start building this in the Stackivate marketing dashboard. That is the other main flaw with Claude, is they make it almost impossible to use whisper flow. Right? Do I have previous coding experience? I've been learning. Nope. I was not a coder up until I started this this path. My previous experience is in entrepreneurship, business, marketing. And I saw this when it came along. You know, I'd had so many good business ideas. And looking at the cost of hiring developers and the time it would take was just out of my range. So once this came along, it was just like, I see this as the highest leverage skill I could learn for doing what I do. So I pretty much went all in. Still working on like another business that I kind of got on the side. Still like just do my best to keep it running until I get the business systems like good enough that I can implement it for that business too. So I'm sure I'll get to that on this stream. But this is the first one. This is the first. That other business that I don't really have an app idea for it yet. This is like the oldest app idea I've had that I feel like will contribute the most value to society, to the world in general. I feel like I've wanted to make something like this for so long, and now I can. And I'm just slowly learning coding as I go, slowly learning like developing best practices, all that kind of stuff. How do I plan to handle that? I've already done a ton of research on security. So the main issues with security come from, of course, payments. So Stripe is going to handle that You know, Stripe, I can't even see people's payment information. If someone can hack into the payment information, they'd have to hack in through Stripe. From what I understand, that's not like an issue that I need to be concerned with. I'm not storing people's like payment information on the site. This site is not an exchange, so people aren't storing money on it. They're not buying and selling assets on this site. The account info, like their passwords, all that stuff is on a database, a separate site that's got its own database that I've researched, you know, multiple times, checked over 10 times over, making sure like I've done all the correct security stuff for the database stuff. And even the way it's stored in the database, like I can't read it. It's like encrypted. So then, you know, really the main stuff is like, you know, people like hacking into the site that they could like break stuff and like change things and do stuff like that. And I've gone over and over with like security cleanup, everything like that. And you know, maybe it's possible someone hacks into the site where they're not going to get much, but I'll learn a ton, and then I'll get better and better each time from any mistake I've made. The biggest risk I've found with security so far has been doing this live stream. People trying to social engineer, people trying to get me to put them in a position where they can do something. And I've been through a lot in my life. I have a really good radar when people are trying something. It has popped up every single time. I was doing a ton of research on security about going on live streams, stuff like that. Everything I need to know about like keeping the right files private in the projects. And the craziest thing is, you know, I've learned probably more from people trying to basically scam me than I have from anything else. Because every time someone tries something, I research into it and I'm like, oh, that's why they're trying to do this. Okay. And then it teaches me a lesson, and they're good. Like but they have no idea. Like they picked the wrong one and they just wasted their time, and they basically taught me a ton. So So you're saying, can you really be sure you've covered every security flaw unless you truly specialize in the field? No, but that's life, right? I mean, when you walk out the door, can you really feel like you're 100% secure that, you know, I mean, I've run into like bears and moose and like mountain lions, snowboarding and mountain biking, and being in the cities and having people like try to mug me and try to rob me and try all kinds of things, and all kinds of people that think they're slick. That's life. Like, what can you do in life? Like, just stay inside all day and just like, you know, you gotta, the more you put yourself out there, the more people are gonna try. And that's just life. And then you just learn from it and you get better and you get stronger. Nothing's ever 100% certain in life. The only thing that's certain is you won't be here forever. What can you do? Right? Like, that's a good question. You can't, there's no 100% on anything. Higher risk, higher reward. You could play it really safe, but then like, what kind of life is that going to be? Like, you got to just get better as you get older and understand, you know, where to be wise. And my main thing is like, you know, just forgive everybody. I've been through a lot in my life where people haven't forgiven me. People have held things against me and tried awful things to me, trying to destroy my life. And I've learned from it. And it could have turned me dark. And I've really come to see that everything's really a spiritual battle. You know, the darkness can only win if you turn dark. If darkness comes at you and you respond in a dark way, then you turn dark too, and then the darkness is won. if you stay in the light, the only thing that can defeat light can defeat darkness is light. And love is the only solution. You know, I just have to forgive everybody who's tried anything, and I don't want to cast anybody away. You know, everybody makes mistakes. I've made mistakes in my life. I've like lost my cool at people before. Thank God I have no blood on my hands. Thank God I've never done anything that I like really regret like that. But you know, some people out there, you know, I mean, look at all the wars that happen in the world. What justifies these wars? People dehumanize another group of people, and then they think that, you know, they can do horrible things, and it's because, well, these other people are bad people. These other people are, you know, whatever. But that doesn't make it okay. War is still war. War is ugly and love is lovely. So don't you be ugly, and stay in the light and do what's right. And even if you get a fight, I mean, what can you do? Just forgive everybody and keep on moving. You know, if you hold a grudge, you want to get revenge, that just turns you into them. And I could be like, you know, sometimes I do. Sometimes people cross the line and I have to like just ignore them. But for the most part, you know, if people are just like, you know, trying stuff, like, it's not worth my time to cast them away. It's better that I just learn from them and try to show them love and understanding. So, the true life hack is always you can learn it yourself. Never needed AI for it. No doubt. Yeah. Even if the internet was gone, I could still keep working. I could still keep providing value. People have been doing businesses before electricity existed. You know, people have been providing value in like massive ways way before any of this. This is just a tool to be able to do more and do more better. And like any tool, it's how you use it. You know, you could use a tool for negative, you could use it for positive. There's a lot of people that are using AI for negative things. And unfortunately, sometimes, like, you know, the media focuses on that more, it seems to me, sometimes, than the positive. But that's a lot of things in life. That when the internet first came out, there was so much bad stuff going on about the internet. And now people don't really like demonize the internet anymore, right? Like, most people use it, and now it's AI, and then it'll be the next thing. So there's a level of security you should uphold yourself to when dealing with people's sensitive information and credit cards. Vibe coding an app that deals with that. So let me know what you think. You know, beyond having people's payment information on Stripe, like, what do you think that level is? Because if everybody's I can't even see it, right? Like, it's on Stripe and I don't even have access to their payment information. So, I mean, do you see something that I'm missing that people can hack into Stripe, and that I should be like, you know, concerned that, you know, maybe I need to find something better than Stripe? I guess if you could like give me some more advice on that, I could get a better idea of what you're saying. You think there's a level of security you should uphold yourself to when dealing with people's sensitive information. Exactly. 100% I agree. Credit cards, vibe coding an app that deals with that. Exactly. That's why I'm using Stripe. So you think vibe coding an app is disregarding the security risks? But if I don't even have access to that information, and people would have to hack into Stripe to get that information, I don't really understand where you see that there's a disregarding of security risks. So sorry, Tofu, that I missed your earlier comments. I'll scroll up real quick. Oh, it's funny that I'm saying that coders are too expensive, and then I learn it myself, as if it were somehow a weird life hack. It's like you saying you don't want to hire a marketer as a life hack. You're just going to learn marketing instead. Well, I mean, it depends, you know, if you don't, a lot of it too is like, what do you like doing? I like vibe coding. I like learning coding. I like this way more than I thought. Like, I enjoy doing this. I really enjoy marketing. I've always enjoyed learning about marketing. I've always enjoyed studying from the best marketers. I enjoy the psychology of marketing. It's something that I like to do. So, I mean, you know, I definitely like hire people in the sense of like, I pay for marketing courses. I pay to get access to the best marketers out there and learn from them. And I pay in my time by spending it learning marketing. I never said that I think AI means I don't have to learn it. I said that I'm learning. I said that I'm slowly learning as I go. I said I'm still learning coding. I said I'm still learning developing and coding while I'm building. And also, so before I go on to your stuff about emails and passwords, Darsh Void, why don't you let me know what you think about, you know, Stripe? Is there any way to be more like, is there some kind of risk that you're seeing that I'm not seeing, that, you know, Stripe, using Stripe for a project carries extra risks because it's a vibe coded project? Because it's still Stripe, and even whether it's vibe coded or not vibe coded, Stripe still has the information, and Stripe is like the security barrier that would have to be breached for someone to get that information. So, like, just to be fair, I would say, like, you know, please answer my question about that before I get into more detail about these other questions that you have. And respect every time, Tofu. Yes, I am actually learning code. It's going kind of slow, but I'm picking it up day by day a little bit more. So, you know, I will get there. Let's do what you originally planned. Option 1. And then if I want to change something later, I can just do that. Let's get this started. There we go. So Claude thinks this is going to take 90 to 120 minutes to build, including testing. Okay. Here we go. Claude Code plan mode. Max effort. This is a good prompt. It's going to do a lot. Definitely need plan mode. Oh, a little bit too much. Make sure I got it on max effort. Yeah. All right. So back to the chat. I gotta scroll up. Last thing I remember is Tofu saying he feels like I would have learned coding even before the world of AI. And if I would have known how much I liked it, yes. I never had a reason to learn it. Most people told me coding was like super difficult. But I like learning difficult things. I just never had a reason to really like learn it. And I always liked, I liked learning about computers. I used to build my own computers. I like technology. I really enjoy that. I just never found a reason to really like learn it. And I mean, I guess I had app ideas that I wanted to build in the past, but it was just something that I didn't see as like being, like I had other stuff going on at the time, I guess. So I think if AI didn't come along, I probably would have never yet found coding. And thanks to AI, I realized, it got me into vibe coding, and now I realize how much I like coding and just learning everything about it. So now it looks like there's so many things involved in security, and you've been doing computer science on and off for years, and the amount of new types of ways to do malicious attacks on websites is crazy. Yeah, no doubt. Scammers are out there trying all kinds of things. Not just with coders, but I mean, everyday people, all kinds of crazy things going on. People trying trying all kinds of things on people, trying to get ahead instead of actually just like going out and providing value and doing the work themselves. And I think with most of these people, I forgive them, because if they understood the consequences karmically of what they're doing, they wouldn't do it. And if they understood that if they would invest the same time into creating value for other people, whoa. Wrong button. Okay. If they understood, they could spend the amount of time creating value for other people and actually building something instead of destroying and taking from somebody else. I don't think they would do what they're doing. So that's why, I just forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. Powers of the earth. All right. back to the comments. So Darsh Void is saying their point is there's a ton of risk that they don't even know themselves because they're not a specialist in the area. And I bet you that there's the highest specialist in security. There's probably at least one thing that they're not aware of. You know, nobody knows everything. But that's how you get better, is by learning from your mistakes and learning from the things other people try to do to you. So, I mean, what can you do? The power wasn't the AI, it was in you. Yes, I like that. That is like that's like a quote that I wanna ingrain in my mind, in my subconscious. The power isn't in AI, it's in you. Like, I run the AI doesn't run I. The power is in I, not the AI. AI is just a tool that I power. So okay, so here's one from Claude themselves. An attacker can post a fake checkout session completed event to your webhook endpoint. I know what that is. And trigger order fulfillment without paying a cent. So if that happens, then I would learn from it. And if that happened, then someone would be able to get free usage on my paid tier until I caught it. And that would be pretty easy to find out if there's an account there that isn't matching up with the accounts that paid. If I'm missing something about that, let me know. And I think that does kind of sound familiar of something that I covered when I was doing security. So, but either way, they're not going to be able to get someone else's payment information unless they hack into Stripe. And I mean, what do you do? Just like not, you know, what do you think the solution is to the fact that the world is full of people that are going to try to do dark things to get ahead and take from other people? What do you think the solution to that is? So welcome back to the chat, Sonic. Respect every time, big of yourself. You don't think AI even uses webhooks by default, even Opus? I think it will be client side if check on payments. Webhooks are used in the... So I'm not sure the extent to that AI uses the webhooks, but I know that the databases and the payment providers have webhooks because I've used them and I've set them up through those external sources. And the main things are covered with security. If someone hacks into something, they're not going to get people's payment information, and they're not going to get people's account information unless they hack into the actual database provider or the Stripe payment provider or whatever payment provider is being used. Let's see, I got the code on. The plan is good. I'm gonna run it by. Sorry for not switching back to the code that time. Let's see, we got Claude's plan. The man with the plan. Boom. There we go. Back to the comments. That's why signatures, talking about webhooks and it would be client side if check on payments. Not sure what you mean by if check on payments. But anyways, that's why signatures are for, so not anyone can post fake sessions. Exactly. So Darsh Void is saying that's not really the point. The point being, sorry, I was like building and then I came back to the comments. So I'm not sure, again, what you meant by your point or what you thought I meant by your point. There's plenty of security issues from purely vibe coding an app without knowing how it works while dealing with user-sensitive data. Well, I realize that. And like I said, you know, let me know. Let me know if the data is in Stripe and it's on a database that's on a external source that even I can't access. I'd like to know. I want to know. Because to me, it sounds like, you know, that's just one of those things in life where you just, you know, there's risks to like driving a car, like I'm saying, to like riding a bike. And what do? Just never do it. There's risks to starting a business. There's risks to getting a job. You could get fired. You could get, you know, all kinds of things could happen. But so do you just not do it? It's a huge responsibility to handle users' email that you are selling to. Yes, I agree. And that's why I have it in a database that is encrypted. Well, I guess the emails, I do have the emails for like email marketing, but I mean, you know, people's emails, like my emails out there all the time. People's emails are out there, and you do have a responsibility. But that's why I use like email marketing software. So like they would have to be, pretty much that would have to be breached. That was quick. So I'll get this done and then I will go back to the chat. I'll be right back before I test this out. So I restarted the dashboard, but I'm not sure that it did it right because I'm not seeing anything that was just built. So please help me understand exactly how I need to do it in this instance, because this dashboard is different from previous dashboards that I built. It's like it wants a screenshot. So I'll show you guys the project, what I just built. Click the observations tile that says open. There is not. I click the observations link and I don't see any tile that says open. Okay, so it's working. So it's not as good as I thought. I'm gonna make it better, but I'll go and answer a few more questions first from the comments. Seems like 99% of decision was made by AI. No hate, but you can't say that when the majority of decisions are made by AI. I guess decisions in regards to what? Because I'm directing AI to build what I want to build. And Darshvoid is saying, yes, the person in the driver's seat is someone with little experience in software development, so by that logic, you're making a highly insecure app. The people are affected by the users, not you. You hire people who are specialized in software development if you're dealing with sensitive data. Okay, so what do you say about the people who didn't know coding that have made successful apps? I mean, how come it, like, people have done this before. Like, people who did not know how to code and are now highly specialized in these fields have built successful apps that they've taken people's payment information through Stripe, just like I'm doing, and they have been successful. So, I see Tofu saying, have I missed the comment? I'm just going over them now. I was working, and now I'm taking a break to answer your guys' questions and comments. AI is a tool, but like Sonic said, it's doing 99% of the work. I would say it's doing, I mean, for like the coding parts, yeah, like it's doing 99% of that, but it's like a tool, which is where it becomes dangerous. Okay, but still, like, you guys are not letting me know, what do you think is the solution? What do you think is the solution to this? People should just not vibe code unless they've like been developers or security experts for a certain amount of time. A good example from Claude: Stripe doesn't automatically make everything safe. Stripe is like having a vault inside a house with the doors wide open. Okay. So, I mean, the door is wide open depending on how well you build the app, and the vault is still controlled by Stripe. So it's like, you know, just like every other app that's using Stripe that's got professional coders building it. I mean, if someone breaks into their app, it's still the same vault that they'd have to break in through Stripe. And CFilms just implemented a color change hover on a button. That's cool. Was that, I guess, what did you use? Did you just code that yourself? Did you use like a Claude design? So especially Stripe's API is so bad, people literally built wrappers around it not to get breached. So you can't trust AI in this. Ask Claude why it's a security risk to completely vibe code a marketing app with no experience. You'll get a better answer than I can give you. No doubt. And this app right here is only for me to use. And I'd be brutally honest. Anyone can go to this website and spam dox your database because there is no rate limit on posting per second. And if they do, then so like I am very sure that I covered that security for the database, and that's a risk. And if someone does, then I will learn from it. Sorry if you think I'm missing your comments. There's a lot to catch up with. So you're saying the point isn't to stop vibe coding. It's that you want to make an app that deals with sensitive user data completely vibe coded, which is a disregard for people who trust you with their information. Which comment do you think I'm missing, Tofu? All I see is I seem to be missing your comments, but I'm not sure which comment you're talking about. Security can be learned. He may think you're trying to take shortcuts to expertise, but that's not what you're doing. See, Tofu understands. Like, Tofu clearly sees this. I'm learning about security as I go. I'm learning a lot. I'm taking it very seriously. Thank you for reposting that. I'm sorry I missed it. There's a lot of comments coming through. So, yeah, you can't, I mean, it's not good to just say like, sorry that, you know, your data was leaked. There's big companies, like very, very highly secure companies that have data leaks. I think it was, Vercel just got hacked, right? Does that mean people are going to stop using Vercel? I mean, a lot of big companies have got hacked. So thank you, Tofu. Tofu's saying that he's watched enough to know that I'm not doing vibe coding to not learn. I'm using AI to learn. Exactly, I agree with that 100%. Vibe coding is the intermediate as I'm figuring out more coding. That's a good way to say it. Thank you for that. All right. So I'm going to take a screenshot of what I got for these new posts. Give it to Claude. I just took a screenshot of the post. So, the only thing I want to add, I would like to add a long form post to this as well. And, then we'll go from there. I'm just going to make sure that I did check everything that it said. Yep, looks like everything is good for the last build. All right, this is looking good for what I created. So I can basically, with each conversation I recorded, I can get posts that specifically use those marketing insights from each one of those posts to create my own post. First for X, which is what I just did. So the next step is to start posting these, and then I'll get data from these posts to see what's working, and then I can go from there to kind of like build it. So I'm gonna just confirm that with I hear you, Claude. You're saying that I should test these out before I do the long form. And I can test these out quick within like, a couple days, because I can do 3 posts a day. So this is like 2 days worth of content. So, I'll get these tested out, and then we can build on more. I'm just wondering in the future, like the way we built this now, like I'm going to have to rebuild this anyway later to have like, a dashboard where I can just go to X and then have it like generate posts. But I think this is good. Just kind of like, clarify what I just mentioned, and let me know if there's something you think I'm not understanding. Okay, so Darsh Void, you're saying that I am disregarding safety standards, but you still have not specifically said which safety standards you think I'm disregarding. And you don't even know, because like, I mean, how much have you watched me build to know what I'm disregarding? So if you could please explain yourself, otherwise like I don't really know how to respond back to you, because I've asked you that question several times and you can't give me a clear answer. And I'm trying to like reason with you, and I need that answer before I can like go any further to reason with you. And C Films, respect every time, respect everybody. You Googled CSS hover and then started writing a CSS hover, and VS Code auto-completed the code with color suggestion. Oh, that's cool. So like you were learning this yourself, and then VS Code helped you to auto-complete it. That's cool. And I'm guessing that's for your it's the name of your site. Let these guys know the name of your site too, so that they can Google it. And it's pretty interesting. I saw some of my favorite athletes on there that I had no idea were from Seattle. So that was interesting to see. I know I just saw. I don't think Marshawn Lynch is from Seattle, but I know he played for Seattle. And I just saw a really cool snowboarding video where Marshawn Lynch went snowboarding for the first time, and that definitely had me laughing. And I do not remember C Films claiming professional experience in coding, but maybe he did. And also, if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Make sure that you hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. So that's what I was wondering. It answered my question before I even asked it. I was thinking like I'm just posting these and then like I'll get feedback from X and then like I can hook up something to pick up on the feedback from X and then it will be able to start posting without actually having to make posts from like each individual observation that I record. Okay. So yeah, I'm definitely understanding their structure much better. That is awesome. Back to the comments. Oh, Tofu. I know who you're talking about. And I think that was you. You were asking the guy or the person about, I don't know if it was a guy or a girl. You were asking them about like what they did, and they were telling you that they were a like very good developer, like you were saying. And then you were like asking them questions. They were a pro developer, and then you were like asking them questions that seemed like super like, you know, legit, like you just wanted to know more. And they were like being like super defensive, and then like when you started like kind of like getting into like, you know, why are you doing this, like, and you were specifically asking them like what kind of line of work you were in, they were like, I can't tell you that. And then they just got like weird, like, and they just left and disappeared and ghosted. And that was not C Films. But definitely good to see you, Tofu, every time. Take care. And everybody, it's good to see you. And I'm glad I could help. And C Films, anytime you have more advice about marketing, or I mean more questions about marketing, you always know where to go. I always help you out, and I feel like, you know, it's only a matter of time before more viewers come in, and I'll always try to make you a priority, even when more questions come through, to answer your questions, because you've always been super respectful, and I appreciate that. And you're definitely a good person to have in this community. And I'm excited to see like what more you build and how it turns out. So I'm thinking right about now, it's time for me to call it. I've accomplished a lot today and feeling pretty good about what I did. There's always more to do, so I'm just going to stay true to the vision and the goals, and no doubt, I always try to keep it positive. Positivity all the time, abundance mindset, there's enough for everybody, the universe will provide, God is great, karma is real, provide value and value will come back to you. You know, just stay focused, laser focus. I'll leave it on that. So I'm out for today or tonight, whatever it is where you're at. I'll leave it at that.